Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Dragon's Den. I am Digital Dragon, aka Luke, and this is Evil Diesel. He's making a guest appearance here, try and get his feet wet and streaming before he starts the stream journey himself a little bit later on this year. If you were at Midwest Rip Rap Fest, you would have met him possibly over at the booth. We were running around the whole time, but we were trying to have at least one of us at the booth at any given time. We will be having another booth at IRF out at the East Coast Rep Rap Fest later in September. It's 30 September, 1 October, that weekend. And as we just saw posted out on Twitter and potentially out on Facebook, the Top Fuel Dragsters will be at IRF this year. So they did just finally get that all sorted out, and they will have those up on, or they will have those racing out at IRF, which means he needs to get a body printed real fast for the frame that we have that I printed out already for him. So let's see, what are we going to have? We're going to have printers, of course. We're going to have
the
dragsters, the mechanisms.
The drags, and I will have the one Death Racer at least from Cookie Cat build.
Okay. And who knows? We're not sure if we'll bring the mini tank. It all depends on how much space we have for the drive up there. As I start thinking more and more about what all we're taking, I'm trying to mentally think about how I'm going to pack the vehicle to get up there. So yeah, it's going to be fun. But welcome on in. We're going to take a couple of minutes and just kind of let people trickle in as the announcements went out this morning and the live stream started off. We're going to let some people go ahead and roll in before we get started here on the build too much. I will say, hey, good morning, Timor. I will say that we are going to be building the Ivan Miranda mini tank this morning. So you'll see the picture of what it's supposed to look like down in the bottom right hand corner, and this is pretty much everything that it is. We've got 2 tracks. I do have a few spare track pieces over here on the table in case we're short one link or some. You will need 24 608 bearings. These are the 608 ZZ. Though I do have some RS, I just don't have a full 24 of the RS. The only difference is the ZZs have the metal rings and they're not made to be opened up and fixed, relubed, replaced, what have you, where the RS you can. You need 2 motors, and these are what are the motors? These are 2212 920 kilovolt. These are quadcopter motors. Hence why you see you've got the little cone on the ends here. So these are quadcopter motors. These just rotate off, and we'll take these off and we'll use these. Of course, a couple of speed controllers, a plethora of printed parts, several rods. You will most likely need to get your own rods and cut them down. These are some old 8mm rods that I had from various printer builds over the years. You will need 1 piece of 8mm all thread, full threaded rods. And this is what's going to be used to kind of sandwich everything together and hold it together. Some other things that we'll need, other than spacers, will be some M8 lock nuts, some M5 nuts, standard nuts, not lock nuts, 8 M3x8 cap heads or socket head cap screws, 3, I've got 4 here, but 3 M5x20 hex head bolts, So just standard hex head bolt that you can probably get from most home improvement stores. Two 16-tooth GT2 pulleys that are 8mm shafts. And you're going to create hinge strips using, it's suggested to use PETG, and they're anything from 52 to I think 58 millimeters long. I cut all mine at roughly 55 millimeters, and that's what'll be used to actually hold the links together. You're also going to need two 6mm wide GT2 belts. These are 280 millimeter closed loop belts. And that's pretty much it. A lot of printed parts and a lot of fun. Yeah, so we won't delay too much longer before we go ahead and just start doing some prep work on getting the build started here. I was waiting to see if anybody came in. Nope, we just have Timor, and I believe he's probably out there lurking. So let's give it a minute or two. And while we wait, Evil Diesel, you want to give him a little bit of background on yourself?
Driving here for what, 20 years now? We served many years ago.
Yes.
And ended up living pretty close to each other.
Yep.
So been getting into 3D hobby thanks to Luke here. He helped me get started because I decided to build a Delta printer first. It's a great way to learn what not to do, and made it a whole lot easier when I actually got a real printer.
Yeah. So Deltas, like if you did like an FL Sun 400 or some other, pretty much mostly built Delta printer, as a first printer, still I probably would advise against it as a first printer, but especially a scratch built Castle Mini. There's just way too many like configuration adjustments and stuff like that. Yeah. So we did hook them up with, or attempted to hook them up with a Focus that had a DOA extruder motor. So we had to wait for one of those to get shipped from China because the extruder motors on the Focus are a specific thickness. They're not a standard motor that you can just go and get from LDO Motors or anywhere on the internet. So we had to wait for one of those to come in. So we got him an Ender 3 Pro eBay special. Hey, good morning, Timor. How are you doing? And I made sure that was printing before it went over to his house. Learned my lesson the first time. So that got him up in printing, and which got his wife behind him because she does cosplay. And she quickly started realizing all the cool stuff that could be made for cosplay with 3D printers.
You think it?
Yep.
A little bit of design practice. But yeah, that's what I've been trying to learn. Blender, Fusion, trying to get comfortable because these guys that have been doing it for a long time and they're just moving around so quick.
Oh yeah.
Totally lost. But hey, I'm fumbling my way through.
Yep. So kind of a special stream today. We're not working on a 3D printer, but we're working on a 3D printed project, which is the Ivan Miranda mini tank, Timor. And it's extra special today because we've got Evil Diesel here, who was with me at MRF 2023 in Goshen, Indiana, back in June. And he was actually the one that assembled and got the RC stuff going on our Death Racers. So I brought him in here for his, we'll say, expertise with the RC side of the house. I've done some RC stuff, but it's been a minute or two, like, I don't know, a couple decades. So, I'm still trying to work my way back into that portion of it. But as we mentioned a little bit earlier, they have announced that the top fuel dragsters will be at Earth this year. They did get final approval and contract signed. So we're going to not only have printers at the show this year, but we're going to have top fuel dragsters, Mechanism style death racers, which have the Omni wheels versus the tracks, and possibly, or not possibly, but Evil Diesel's working with Cookie CAD to get a sponsored build for a Cookie CAD specific death racer.
He's just going to go with the original or the V2.
Yeah.
Could work out pretty well. I've got a couple pieces printed, but the mechanisms are coming first, I think.
Yeah. And to help him as he starts to get everything printed out and built for the mechanisms and stuff, we've colloquially dubbed his house Site B, meaning the Dragon Den Site B. So he's now got 2 of the Prusa Mark IIIs over at his house. And it's making it easier as I continue to build printers and I have no place for them, to just bring a couple over to his house, and it helps a lot with a lot of the projects that we have going on in the background. So
my wife gets a kick out of it.
Yes. Especially since I brought, the printers that I'm bringing over have silent drivers versus a standard Creality board, so they don't sing as much. So
everybody misses the dot matrix sound.
Yeah. So how are you doing today, Timur? You doing well? Hope so. What we're going to do is I'm going to flip down here once again. We are working on the Ivan Miranda mini tank today. We're going to take a short break from doing printer builds. The Trident's actually down underneath the desk just to make some more moving room since I have somebody else up in here with me today. The Trident, I'm having some weird, I don't know, it's like some weird flow issues that I can't figure out yet. So I know that the nozzle, the Revo nozzle that I put in it came off of another printer. And I just don't know if like there's ABS in there and I'm trying to print PLA or what have you. I'm thinking I'm just going to pull the nozzle, put a fresh 0.6 nozzle in it, and give it a go after this. But today we're going to be building this mini tank. And we're going to get started. Once again, this is the Ivan Miranda mini tank, as you see down here on the right side. And if I need to, I may pull up his video on said project if I need to be able to view and figure something out. But what I'm going to do to get started is I'm going to grab one. I'm going to have Evil Diesel grab a set of bearings, and we're just going to put bearings. On your rollers, you get a bearing, 608 bearing put in on each side. And I believe my tolerances are pretty good. There'll be a little bit of a press fit. They may fall out. If they do, don't worry about it too much. Just get your bearings pressed in and set them down. And one of those prep steps of, do your heat set inserts or get all your M3s and your hammerhead nuts, started, and you do some prep work, and then you actually get to go in and actually do fun stuff.
Print these trays as well?
Yes, I have printed those trays. Those are part of the Gridfinity system. Yeah, they're Gridfinity system, and this particular tray is specifically sized for the 608 bearings. But you can get them, I believe, for different size bearings as well. Somebody's got them out there, I'm sure. So we've got our 2 sets of tracks. The flat edges would be towards the inside, so I'm just kind of trying to line things up. And like I said, if these aren't real good, tight press fits, don't worry. They'll be held in place once we get everything put together. Okay, so more prep work on the sides here. On the flat side, up at the top, there's another 608 bearing that goes in there. This one I think might be a little bit tighter fit. Okay, and this is where the rod for the this is where the rod for the traction drive is going to go through. Okay, so we'll get that installed on each side, and then the last one will go on the upper sides of your main body.
Tolerance in this one a little.
Yeah, it's a little tight on that side. And I'm going to hold off on putting the other one on the other side, and I'll show you why here in a second. I'll go ahead and lift this up a little bit. But Timur, are you working on anything fun today?
That'll hold.
Yeah, these will hold pretty good. Okay, and these are basically going to be either side. And like I said, one more goes in. It would be at the top side of each side. However, we're going to leave this one out for the time being, and I'll show you why in a minute. The next thing we're going to need to do is we've got our, well, let's start with installing our motors. So we'll take our motors and we'll take the cone off. And the way the motors work, this back plate is what gets secured down, and the rest of the whole housing here spins, right? So hold the side of the housing and you should be able to spin your propeller nut off. You'll just set those propeller nuts off to the side. Now on your housing, your motors are going to connect onto the slide spot here, and you should be able to see, if I can figure out the camera angle, there's those slides right there. And then right in front of them, there's this piece that has holes in them. You're going to feed your well, before we do that, we actually need to put our pulleys on our motors. Otherwise, well, we'll have to be taking them back out again. And as with anything, you're going to be using set screws, so you want to use Loctite on these because they are going to be your drive system. So you will want to use Loctite on them. And you don't have to put a lot, just a little bit. A little bit goes a long way here. And you'll always start off doing one of your set screws on one of the flats of the motor. And I'll show you what that looks like here in half a second, and then I'll have Evil Diesel do the other one. So on your motor stem, you'll notice that there are flats on each side. So you'll want to set your pulley all the way down on there and make sure that you line up with one of the flats. And you want it all the way down. Yeah, maybe no, because the whole body moves, so it's not going to be going against a moving part. So you'll first set screw goes down against a flat surface. The other one will go against the rounded side. And then I'll let Evil Diesel do his. So now you got one of your 16-tooth GT2 pulleys on there. we're going to take the wires and they're going to go through the hole there. And this back side of the motor is what's going to line up against the wall. So the pulleys will be facing inward. And it might take a little bit of finagling to get your bases lined up so that you can get your screws started. But we're going to use M3x8 socket head cap screws. Which use your 2.5 driver. And what I'm going to do is just get one started and just start to snug up. And then I'm going to use that to be able to rotate my body around to get the other screws in, hopefully. And this bit is a little bit fiddly because the motor, the main body of the motor is what's rotating, not the back plate when you're trying to hold it in place. So it kind of is a little bit fiddly here and there. You good?
Oh yeah, we're good.
Awesome.
Did notice they don't have any of their wires labeled.
Yeah, that'll make it fun. That's why I've got you here. To you little stinker. There we go. And getting these lined up is kind of a bit of a pain. Okay. And you've got this slide capability, and that's what we're going to use to set our initial belt tension. And then we'll have another mechanism that we'll be able to use to actually get them fully seated and tightened. So once you get them on here, you just want to make sure that it's pulled all the way to the back, so it'll make it easier in getting your belts installed. Done, it'll look like this, where you've got your 4 screws in, and your motor is going to be sitting in here. You screw it into the back plate. This is the part that moves. And then your 3 connectors come out through that hole. And luckily, we do have a second set of motors. So we'll be able to try and figure out the electronics on the fly because they did nothing to mark these motors. So we'll have to.
This is your ground. I'm thinking this is your positive, and this should be your signal.
Yep, should be.
Now, the polarity, I have no clue.
So if you want to work on getting it in there, or I can do it, either way. Yes. And like I said, it's almost like you got to do them one at a time because they're a pain in the tuchus to get them all lined up. Because the easiest thing to grab hold of is the actual part of the motor that rotates rather than the back piece, which doesn't rotate. Oh, awesome. You got your Amazon Prime Day haul. Sweet. So I got my other Logitech Brio 4K camera came in. So this was the totality of my Prime Day haul from Amazon. Though I did get well, here while he fiddles with that, I'll show you some of the newly modified storage area over here. Yeah, so some of this was stuff that I had previously. So this is the 5 ABS gray that I purchased that I'm going to be using for a cosplay set of armor. The pop pink and pop blue I had, that's planned for a printer build. Then I got a couple of the aqua blue, a red, a jungle green. Some of the stuff up here came from Murph, but I also got a box of 10 kilograms of the PLA draft, which is black. So I will be using that to do some other cosplay stuff coming in the future. Galactic Armory has been nice enough to, let's see, some of the files they've dropped recently includes a shotgun, a sniper rifle, and a standard rifle for Halo. So yeah, that's going to be kind of cool. So while he continues to work on that, the next thing we're going to do is part of our drive system. I'm going to scoot this down just a bit more so you can kind of see our rods. So like I said, you will have to cut some rods. You're going to have, let me see, what are the sizes here? We've got one 272 millimeter 8mm rod. I'm using the chromed rods from 3D printer builds. M8 threaded rod at 268 millimeters. We'll have 2 rods at 262 millimeters. We'll have 2 rods at 133, and we'll have 4 at 83. So what we're going to need is these 2 kind of middle-sized rods, and these are going to be used for our drive and traction system. All right, we've got our 2 motors.
Make you work for it.
Yeah, so you're going to take that one. Now, what we have to do is one is going to get pushed flat with this, the end of the idler. The other one has to be pushed pretty much halfway through. The rod has to be centered about halfway through.
Are you doing flat or your beveled side?
The bevel side might be easier to get in. However, you might also need to either hammer it in or like ream. It'll go in a little bit. I do not have a hammer per se. but in the Ivan Miranda way, not a hammer.
Should say military.
That's kind of loud. Here, have that. Um, we'll see if we can get these in. I'd probably be better off getting a dead blow hammer. Yeah, probably not do that right on there because that's going to be loud. Give me 1 second. I'll run downstairs and grab our dead blow hammer, and I'll be right back. You want these particular rods to be tight because that's what's going to be your drive system. Rather than continue to hammer on the table, got a piece of wood that we'll put on the ground and hammer it in, and a selection of persuasion tools. Hey, Chewy, how's it going? Bear with me momentarily while I set a 8mm rod in a printed part, preferably without busting the printed part. We're getting there. And that's the sound. Okay.
Number 2.
Like I said, this one actually has to get pushed all the way through, so. And we just broke the part. Dang it. We have some 3D glue. We do. But actually what we're going to do is I'll remount the back half and then we will 3D glue this. It's probably what I should have done to start with, is just reamed it out.
Well, apparently I'm on stream, so I'm wondering if that is Evil's wife borrowing my account.
Could be. Hey, Miss Evil Diesel.
Well, she's never turned on Twitch before, so.
Yep. We'll make sure that the rest of this is a nice, good, solid 8mm, and probably what I should have done with the other side, but that's okay. We got one side done. See if we can get this out. Why would it be easy? Right, you do that. And let me think. I can try and reprint this real fast, but the gist is, and why we needed to do them slightly separately, is this piece is going to go in. I'm going to probably have to push out this bearing and we'll put those bearings in. But you're going to take this part slip it in, and you won't be able to get the other one in here if that rod is mounted like this. So what you have to do is push the rod halfway through, which will give you the angle to get it in there. And then you'll push the rod back through flush and get your bearing in at the front.
I think you made one solid piece here.
I made one solid piece. Yeah.
For channel locks, pliers.
We'll move the fun toys back here. Okay, so we will have to work on this and getting the other side put in here momentarily. Should be able to go ahead and put the rest in, and we'll work on the traction system in a moment. So on your frame here, you'll be able to notice, possibly, if I can get the angle right, and apparently not. So these two holes here where my fingers are, I'll say, are not through holes. So you will use your 4 little stubby ones, rods, for these. Okay. Whoops. And then these are your through holes. So your 2 shorter rods will go through there and here. Your longer rod will go through the back. And you'll notice that there's an oval back here. That's to allow you to further tension the belt once you get your drives on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to sit this on top of the lid just to keep it from sliding these rods all over the place.
Yeah, I don't think it'll look.
Okay, so we're going to have to reprint it. Okay. Yeah. So let me see about getting that restarted. It's going to be in a different color because it was printed downstairs on the 0G. So give me 1 second here, folks. So we're back. So we've got our rods set in place here. What we're going to do is we're going to take our rollers and install those. But before we do that, we need to install our spacers. These spacers have a little bit of a cone shape to them. So the large flat will go up against the printed part, and the cone shape will be towards your bearing. Okay, so you'll put in a spacer, you'll slide on your roller, Here we go. Come on now. Apparently we're going to have fun with all of them. We'll grab that one in a minute. There we go. Once again, get your spacer back on there. Put that on there. Next one, we're going to need our spacer. Another roller. These are fairly tight in these bearings. There we go. Yeah, there we go. It'll be like that. And we're looking at centering the rods. So we have probably just about the same amount of space coming through them. And the issue I'm having here could just be that I didn't get a good enough chamfer on these rods after I cut them. So that just may be making it a little bit harder to get into the bearings. Once again, I'm going to work on just kind of leaving the same amount of reveal on each side. They will, I'll say, self-center, and you'll see what I mean here in a little bit. So this is our short rod. We'll go ahead and do it this way just because it tends to be a little bit easier. And what I mean by self-centering is once we get these in here and you get your end cap pieces lined up and on there, trying to get 5 things in holes at the same time. Well, that's what I'm going to try and do here in just a second. So much easier in his videos. There we go. I think we got them all in there. And then we drop stuff out. It's always good. But anyhow, you'll get the side on there, and I just need to get everything lined up in the holes. And through this top edge is where you're going to put your threaded rod. And that's going to go through this top edge here. And then you're going to put nuts on either side, and you're going to clamp it in. So that's the gist of the operations that we're going to have here. So how's it going, Chewy? Hope you're doing well. Hey, Don for IR. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It looks fun because it is. But yeah, there's going to be some fiddliness to it. There will be some fiddliness to get it all done and lined up right. I need to keep an eye on the other printer real fast and just make sure that the print starts appropriately. Okay. So once again, all of these, I mean, the shafts go in these just fine. It's just getting them all lined up at one point is the pain in the butt right now. All right. Let me see if I can't get these lined up a little bit easier. 2, 3. And just like that, we've got all of them lined up. Now you notice that this piece right here is, of course, knew that was going to happen. So the other thing that I forgot to do on the side pieces here, spacer fell off. I was like, why am I seeing light? On this piece, this is where we get our M5 screws. So you have your M5 hex head bolt, and you've got a printed piece that should fit on that bolt head. Now, I don't know why mine are a little bit oversized, or the bolt heads are a little off or something, which I don't get. So we may have to actually like super glue these on. But it actually goes through the piece and then just sits down in the cup here. So let me add a little bit of super glue to that so that we can get it to hold position once we get it in place. Okay. Can you grab me? I'm going to need a pin or something to push through here. Right over there by the brushes, there should, on the board, brushes bottom right, there should be the needles. Yeah, my thing's just closed up, so let me make an opening. I'm just putting some around the sides. I'm going to drop my bolt in there, let it find its happy place. Maybe add another little bit along the top edge. Do a little activator. That did nothing. Just for just a second. And with any luck, that still did nothing. Awesome. So I may need to reprint those. And I don't think it's an issue with my printed part. I believe it's an issue with the bolt heads themselves, because these just seem like way under, like undersized. That's weird. I have a feeling it's the bolt heads that are undersized. So we will improvise because that's what we do here in the Dragon Den. And we're just going to not put the little printed screw head on it. That's how it'll work. So what you need to do is this rectangular notch here is what's used to adjust this bolt. So you're going to set your bolt down in the hole there, and you're going to take your M5 nut and just line it up on there and spin it on, which of course is a pain in the butt, but you get it on there, you get it lined up, start spinning it on, which really you can't get much of a spin on it. And then you're going to pull it down into the hole there. See if I can show you that. See what we just did here up at this point? So now that becomes a captive nut, and you'll be able to use this bolt to tension the final rod, because this piece will go in here and the final rod will go through here, and you'll use this to tension your rod and get your final tension on your tracks. You just may have to use a wrench on this since we don't have the screw nut on it. I'll go ahead and back that bolt out just a little bit and get this line back up. Get it pushed in. And once again, our rod's going to come all the way through. And I'm going to put an M8 lock nut on it. Just hand tighten until it catches. And that'll be used to help hold this in. This piece, we're going to slide over that last rod, line it up in place for now. We do need to set our initial traction tension first, which we will do once we get the other piece printed. And that's going to take possibly a while. Yeah, it's going to take a short bit. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and we'll continue on this side, and then we'll put the other side in over here afterwards. So you're going to take your rod and get it in here. We're going to add in our bearing on this side. Where did we do this rod? Couldn't have pressed it out any. Now we did create a burr. I'm going to go on mute and be right back. Evil Diesel will keep you guys entertained.
Well, yeah, instead of upstream, slowly getting the craft converted to give me a place to work stream. I figure I'll do a lot of little robotics, little projects like that, and obviously plenty of 3D printing. Keep the projects alive.
There's the one that we dropped down here earlier.
Barry?
Yeah, we did drop one down here earlier. Okay.
Hey, my skinny arms worked.
Just wonder if it's something to do with the inside of that bearing. No, this one. All right, gang, looking for some sandpaper. See if we can get rid of any little burr that's stuck in there. How's it going, Major Gamer Geek? Good morning, good morning. Welcome in. We're working through some issues this morning. So we already broke one part, which is bad, but we have printers. We can reprint placements. Now I'm trying to figure out why this rod. There we go.
Do you mean to reprint all the gears as well?
No, I told it to exclude things, but hold on. Exclude.
That will speed up the print.
Yeah, we exclude everything we don't need to print, and we just print the one object. It should make things go faster, right? Okay. So bearing begrudgingly goes on. So we've got our... Hey, Westry, how's it going, sis? So what we've got is our two motors are in here with GT2 16-tooth pulleys, right? And we're going to put in our larger drive gear that we printed, and this is what's going to give us the gear reduction to give us the torque that we will need. So we're going to put our bearing on. And you were just on there, so don't argue with me. There we go. Only going to, leave a little bit of blood on the workbench by the end of the day. Yep. All projects require blood sacrifices. And like I said, it is so much easier when you see his YouTube video. I mean, everything just goes together, no issues. We don't have these little balancing acts that we're doing.
Means you need to build more than one.
Storming and chilling. Okay, so you're still having storms out there? Hopefully the horses and everything are doing okay with the storms.
Yeah, I gotta watch out for diesel.
Yep, there we go. So we'll get that bearing pressed in there. This pulley gets pulled up against there, and you'll see this is why we'll have the issue with trying to get the other piece in. And what I'll do is I'll make sure that we ream it out, and it's reamed out pretty good. And then we'll get the gear in here. We'll put the rod through into it, and it should be good. I just won't ream all the way through the end, so we'll have it tight fit at least through part of the pulley. Next up, we're going to need our other two spacers. Now, in this case, we've got a thin spacer and a thicker spacer. The thicker spacer goes to the inside. So once again, it'll go to the inside. And then you're going to have your two traction halves. And they are slightly different sizes. So the long one goes on first. And I'm going to go ahead and ream these so I don't break these.
Looks like Silverback Creations just raided.
Hey, Silverback, thank you for the raid and bringing your party of 6 with you. Did you go downstairs in the garage? You'll see the drill.
Yep.
Grab the drill.
Yep.
And bring it in. Yeah, I'm going to want to ream this out just to make sure I don't break these parts. Hey, Silverback Creations, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Welcome in, everybody. We're working through it. It's taken us a little bit more. It's not going as smoothly as it does on Ivan's stream. Imagine that. And what we're trying to do is get one side put together, then we'll start getting the other side assembled. However, we did break this part here. So we are reprinting this part. I don't know, we might be able to gloop that back together. So we'll grab some gloop. Oh, well, no, we're not going to be able to gloop that back together. That's not going to survive.
So but it's a good example of just how strong this part is.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, these parts are printed with a lot of infill, specifically to be strong parts. And we all know that when we drill things, that the holes do not wind up being perfectly round, right? And that's why we use reamers, because reamers, which are by definition straight bladed drive or straight bladed bits, they actually make the round perfectly, or the hole perfectly round and the right size. So if you have anything that's printed that is slightly undersized, reaming out those holes will make it a lot nicer to work with. And that's really what I should have done on those other printed parts.
You got excited. It happened.
Yeah.
Yes, it is Evil Diesel. Yep, he finally got me to come over and...
Yep, Westery, that is Evil Diesel. He came over and joined in. He came and joined. I got him over here. We're going to use his RC knowledge as we put this together. I don't know why. I'll have to get that out later for the other print. Let's move some stuff around. Move the parts that we destroyed. So once again, we'll have one of these two parts will be just a little bit longer. So that's the one that goes on the inside. Come on.
Still going to make you work for it.
Yeah, well, I'm wondering if I've got a burr still on the end of this. It's okay if this one is a bit tighter because of the fact that, well, this is the drive gear. So this is the part that will actually be driving our, there we go, our machine. And you will also notice on these that they're keyed so that they fit into each other. How's it going, Darth Gollum? Hope everything's going well. So we'll try and get this piece on there. Work on getting that lined up with the other one. There we go. All righty. Now let's try and get our rollers back on. Promise you, eventually we'll have our rollers on and everything will be in place. And yeah, we'll forget another spacer again or something. Have to take it apart again. Ivan's probably sitting over there in Spain just shaking his head going, really? Really? Either that or he's shaking his head going, yep, I remember that. Yep. The magic of YouTube. Everything works right the first time. Nothing goes wrong. Why not? You can do it.
Anymore, that's pretty awesome. Sounds like a lot of fun too to teach them, and I enjoy teaching a bunch of the younger kids. Turn them into rocket scientists. Absolutely.
And the older kid, called Digital Dragon, he teaches me things all the time. Yeah. Oh, the top that's not lined up right. Duh. There we go.
Is this ABS or PETG?
This is PLA.
Oh, it's PLA.
Yeah, all of this is PLA. The only PETG that was used in here will be for the links for the tracks to hold the tracks together. Binding, and I'm trying to figure out what I'm binding on. I think I'm binding on the top bearing here. There we go. Yeah, there's plenty of places where these things have to line up just right for everything to go in, and then once it gets in, it'll snap together pretty well.
Are you guys working on some Ender 3s or just teaching them? Like going over maintenance and that sort of thing with the kids?
There we go. Woo! And all the spacers are in there. So that would be what one side looks like. Camera angle. Okay. So we've got one side in there. Yay! Now I'm going to need to pull this off because there is another piece that goes through here. And that will be this piece. It's got a weird groove to it. And there's a line here that'll show how it lines up. So this is going to basically sit down in here, push things out again because why not? All right, now I get to line up all the holes again. Evil Diesel's probably sitting over here laughing at me.
No, I've done this enough times in the military to go, I'm glad I'm not the one doing it.
Glad I'm not the one doing it on camera. That one's lined up. That one's lined up. Which one? That one's lined up.
If you look at it,
Yeah. All I did was forget one piece. It should not be this hard.
there, I'm on camera, Westry.
Right, let me see if I can put it down here and if that will help some. I doubt it, but. And then everything falls into place. So yeah, apparently that did help some.
Yeah, I already knew my channel's going to turn out like Westry. It's going to be Link's channel.
Link's channel, yep.
Yep, and I'm just there to speak for him.
Yep. All right, like I said, this piece just kind of goes over the end and is going to go into that slot. And then we'll use the bolt here to tighten everything up. And that's where we'll need to use the wrench to tighten that up to give us some tension. But that is one side. Now what I'm going to do, hopefully, is just stack it on that side.
We all hold our breath.
Yeah, everybody hold your breath. Hold your breath. We need our spacers.
I'm not saying something going to take 29 minutes.
Oh, Jesus. No, I just realized I've got a spacer here, which means I missed a spacer on one of the, but we'll do this side first. So we've got our 3 long rods. We're going to do our short rods here, right? Get the rest of our spacers on there. Then we'll take our drive pulley or our pulleys, get them on there. Get on there. Jeez. Next one.
Oh, that was great meeting y'all. I mean, great weekend. As Digital Dragon tell you, we were pinging the entire weekend.
Yeah, here we go. We'll switch it. So you'll see him down in the bottom right. There's Diesel.
Sold out on Monkey.
Yep, yep. We got you. We got you.
But hey, I'm gonna get behind camera here soon enough.
Yeah. So for the folks that are relatively new joining us here, we are going to IRF, and they just announced that the Top Fuel dragsters are a go for IRF. So we will have Top Fuel dragsters at IRF. We will also have, what else are we taking?
Have racers by then, and I'm going to have at least one death racer with the deal I'm working with Cookie Cat right now. So that'll be a nice and pretty one. Not sure I'll race that one, though.
Yeah. That might just be the one that we run around the show floor.
Yeah. Or it's just going to end up sitting on their, over by their table.
True.
Just put my, put our stuff on there.
And we are going to have several printers that go with us as well.
It's not as bad.
True. That's going to be nice.
I mean, we're still going through the DC area. That's
Yeah,
a risk on its own, but
yeah, but the 12-hour drive to Goshen was a little rough. Okay, we got that. Okay. We're going to need our other like somewhat triangular piece. This is just a guide for the track. You've got an alignment strip right here on the, you can see it barely right there, but there's an alignment strip right here. So this will go in and we'll line up right underneath it. Just thinking ahead of time. Yeah, we need to get our other M5 bolt. It goes right in there and slides through. We'll put an M5 nut on there, and then we'll pull that M5 nut into its captive hole. And this is what will allow us to add tension to the final tension to our tracks.
it was easier this time.
Yeah, it's funny about doing it the 5th time. Second bolt, but you know, when you do it 5 times, it gets easier. Now we just need to get this lined up. And it seems like we got a little bit more room because this rod right here may be a little bit long, which is pulling everything out of whack. And of course, my only option would be to pull this rod out and go downstairs and cut it a little bit shorter because I'm not going to get the 2 or 3 millimeters off of it that I would need. What do you guys think? Should I go on mute, run downstairs? You guys can talk with Evil Diesel for a short bit, and I will go play with the grinder. Grind that rod down just a little bit more. Looks like I just need to take a couple of millimeters off of it.
This one's supposed to be as long.
Yes,
Yeah,
that one goes all the way through, so it can go through the side. So, yeah. So, Westery, how's besides how's Mia? Because I got to ask about my little girl. How is how is Captain Diesel doing? Is he hanging in there?
Yeah, she had posted a little bit earlier. The animals are doing well.
Okay, good.
Well. The rain's not bothering them, I guess, too much.
That's good. So you got storms, but it's not crazy storms, huh?
We've gotten a couple good storms. I lost a print 20 hours in yesterday.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to take that and I'm going to slide this out. I'm going to slide this out. Figures. It wants to be on there tight now. Okay, there we go. Okay, folks, give me just a short minute and I'm going to have to go and cut this down just a shade.
Summer's turning out to be a really hot one, even for us. I mean, last year I don't remember getting up to the hundreds this many times this early in the season.
I mean, it could be right, unless it just wasn't seated all the way down. I'm wondering if it just wasn't seated all the way down into the. Mhm. No. And once again, you may see a grown man cry here. Okay. I'm hopeful that that was all it was just that. Because we're good again.
You don't tend to mess up your cuts.
Yeah, we figured it out. You're not going to see a grown man cry.
Yeah.
Yet.
Yeah, I don't blame them. I'd want a fan.
Oh, yeah.
Air conditioning in my stall. It will be comfy.
Keep asking the wife. She'll give you a fan one of these days.
Oh, and a little water bottle like a gerbil.
Yep.
Hear that? I need one of those in the bedroom. A little gerbil.
All right. Just for my own sanity, which is kind of
Waning.
waning. Yeah, there we go. We're just going to make sure that all these are, yep, they're all nice and bored out to 8mm. Sure, that's there. Now it's just a matter of getting them all lined up.
I got the spacer. The other one fall down?
No, it should just be a spacer. I'm trying to figure out why it's this one center one. It's not. Oh, there we go. Of course.
I got a spacer.
Yep. Hey, just like that, everything falls into place. Drive gear, that. Exactly. Would have been the first attempt. No other attempts needed. It worked right the first time, every time, all the time.
What I'm hearing is like
Now we just
YouTube.
now we just take our other piece. Once again, this is the hole where your rod goes through, and then this is the divot where your M5 bolt is going to be able to push on it to add tension. And of course, I'm going to just try and get it like an initial tightness on it so it doesn't slide out. And we're going to take a M8 lock nut and put it on this one threaded rod. And what that's going to do is lock both sides together so that hopefully we can't fall apart. Say that as the other side is continuing to rotate on me. Okay. There we go. This is basically the base of our tank. Now there's two different lids. Give me 1 second here to So this is the original sleek lid that he made. But the problem is this doesn't give a lot of room for the electronics, and there's zero airflow in here at this point. So I developed a new lid, which is a little bit higher, and it has air holes in the front and the back, and that allows airflow to come through here to help cool down your electronics. Okay. So next up, now that we've got this just finger tight on the ends, I'm going to unfinger tight the one end, hopefully, maybe.
You need the other one?
Possibly. Well, sadly, I have to take this back apart.
Two spacers sitting there now.
Why? There we go.
As my daughter would say, they're falling out of your ears.
This one to tighten up, and I want the other one to loosen up. Like, so what I'm trying to do here is get this side loosened up because I need to add a spacer over on this side that I had had sitting on the table over here. As much as it pains me, I need to get a spacer under this side here.
We're together, we're not coming apart.
Well, no, it's the, yeah, once again, it's the, there we go. Still think there might be a tad bit of a burr there. I need a thin one on this side. We'll line things back up. Whimper and cry trying to get it on. Lining things up.
Yeah, look easy.
Yeah, apparently doing it 30 times, you know, it gets easier. So Westry, have you decided whether or not you're streaming on your channel or another person's channel today? And at what time are you going to stream? So once again, we have one drive pulley set here. We'll have to put the other drive pulley in. So once we get this part reprinted, what we'll do is we'll stick that in and we'll basically build it from the outside in as we're pushing the rod through. Making sure, of course, to ream this print out so we don't damage it. The other thing we can do while we're here and it's open is we'll take our belt. So the belt, let me turn this around here. So hopefully you guys can see a little bit, and I will actually play with the angle some, hopefully. Hey, Sun Walcon, how are you doing today? Thank you for coming in and first time chat. Yeah, so what we're going to do here is we've got our 16 tooth GT2 pulley with 8mm bore that's on the motor. There's another motor over here right behind the big gear. So what we need to do is go ahead and get our belt on there. We've made sure that our motors were pulled back, and we're just going to have to work this belt onto the big gear and then pull it around onto the 16 tooth pulley. And then if we left things loose, which we didn't, Roman cry soon again. Because we're going to have to pull these motors tight, and there's not a whole lot of room to get in there. So we will have to take a side off again.
No disassemble.
Yeah, no disassemble.
Short circuit is anymore.
Yeah, no disassemble. I remember that show.
I was best.
Yeah, he was.
It's what set my my hopes to do robotics.
So we're going to need to go ahead and set up on its side again. Take the side panel off.
Not so. Tension the
The
drive first.
Tension the drive. Once again, we're trying to get just the initial tension on the belt, and then we'll come back and get the. I really need to. We're just going to do that. So our belt did come off, so we're going to go ahead and get this slid back on there. We need to remove that one, and we should be able to get to all four of these screws now.
Oh yeah, Westbury, like I was saying earlier, I lost a 20-hour print. No, it was 20 to 24 hours and we lost power. It's also the second time that print just failed. Just haven't had very much luck.
So I'm just going to loosen it up, and I'm going to push the motor down in the slot. And push the motor down in the slot, and it's just going to go so easily. There we go. And that will give me the initial tension of the belt. We'll tighten these back up. slide this one off so I can get to the last one, and then we'll have to do the same thing on the other side once we get the other big gear printed. And I'm not trying to get a ton of tension, I just want the initial tension set on these. And then that will give me the ability to tension it with this piece down here fully. And so far, the hardest part of the build has been just lining up the side plates. Because you got 5 different holes on 5 different rods to get lined up. Me and this drive puller are going to have words here soon. Like I said, on YouTube, it goes together so nicely and so easily. YouTube being Ivan Miranda's channel.
The guy that designed it.
Yeah, the guy that designed it. So if you guys are interested in doing this project, after watching me fiddle and mess with it, you know, one, it is a fun project. It really is. It's just a lot of different fiddly parts. Yeah, the spacers, I'm just trying to figure out there's something, one of these front ones isn't lined up right. There we go. Bada bing, bada boom. Put that in there. Go ahead and put this one on just a little bit finger tight. Spacers are there. This motor is now, it's not perfectly tight, but like I said, we'll be able to pull the rear wheel back, which will add additional tension on that motor and make it tighter. As we pull back here, it'll tighten that up. You know, that's
Just like separate pieces.
Oh, yeah, that is.
I think that's for the tread.
Yeah, that is. This will tighten the tread, not the drive motor, but apparently I need to tighten that motor up a little bit more. Oh. The back part we go. this wheel off. Get this one off. Make sure our belt is aligned and tight. Well, aligned so that when we do this next time, we won't have to take it apart again. And just running it around to let the belt self-center. Hold tension by pushing the motor down. And then tighten these motor mounts. Because we don't want to have to do this again. I know. So you figured out the motor's ESC wiring yet?
Yeah, I think I figured that out.
Okay.
And the portion to positive and negative on the inside isn't going to burn out the motor and then control. Yeah.
Okay, now we've got good tension, but you'll see how it pulls this kind of out of whack. So we'll have to tighten that back up. And that's where you really need to be able to get to these and tension them with the ability to take these out. He was talking at one point of making these two removable, with actually having holes here so that they could be removed so you can still get to these bolts, because as it is, you won't be able to get to two of these bolts once this roller's on. And what that means is we're just going to have to use our finger to counteract the pull of that belt to line up the bearing here. Don't tempt me.
Roll.
Why does that not surprise me?
About it.
Yeah, so it's, this motor's rooming out.
We already broke one piece for the hammer today.
Yeah. Yeah, no more hammer. No more breaky.
That part looks like it's going that's pretty nicely.
Well, that's good. Something might be going right.
Forehead.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Double check the wiring on these. Please.
And that's the downside, like I said, of tensioning the motor first, is now it pulls the rod out of whack for this top gear, which makes lining everything else up much harder. What is the
Building that is, and you would think Mia is trying to take over this stream too.
Yeah, it's a cool build, Matt. I don't know who is mad, whose mad it is, but it is pretty neat. Now I'm wondering if I got it too tight.
Mia, like, secretly the pinky in the brain, and this is just her plan to take over the world. Because I totally
Probably.
She seems too cute. She's sneaky.
So I'm going to let this slide up a little bit to relieve some of the tension. Possibly.
You're being told don't make it mill right tight.
Don't make it mill right tight. Uh-oh, is Maker here? Hey, Free Heathen, how's it going, my friend? Yeah, I'm trying not to, well, I mean, you know me. You know me. There we go.
He acts like he doesn't know what he's doing sometimes, but he always does. Just the telling. I plan to have a digital dragon build and a robot here very shortly. He doesn't have to do any of the programming. I think he'll be good with it.
I think that might work now. Okay.
Now, if they could walk and talk, that'd be even cooler. 3D printer. Hey, I'm done. Walk up to you.
Hey, my 3D printer already tells me when it's done.
You would dream.
Not yet. We're not over tightened and constrained.
Robots are addictive in my opinion. Every time you build one, you want to do one better. You want to make it do more.
Yay! That was painful.
Name of this project again?
This is the Ivan Miranda Mini Tank Mark V. So this is it down on the bottom right there, Free Heathen. And right now we're in a holding pattern on building more of this. We've got to build the other drive wheel, but we can't put it in place just yet because, well, we broke it trying to get the chrome steel, the 8mm rod in it. And so we're printing a new one. It should be done here shortly. So but this is what our little tank's going to look like right now. We'll go ahead and we'll start putting the treads together. And once we get the treads together, we'll be able to start we'll get the tread on one side and we'll build the other one as soon as we can. I'm going to set this off to the side real fast. Now the tread system is pretty neat. This is something that Ivan does for most of his treads. And these are printed in PLA, which is great, I'll say outdoors. But if you're going to be running around on a hard floor, you may want to print some of these out in TPU as well. Okay. So I haven't named the tank yet. Let me see. And of course we've got Mia, who's primary over Westbury, you know, but the links are joined together by little pieces of PETG filament, right? And so how that works is you get your two links, right? And you'll notice there's a hole on the top. Well, you'll notice there's a hole on the top on one side, as well as, you know, of course, the holes that go through it. And that's critical. So what you're going to do is you're going to take your piece of filament and you're going to go in through the side hole here. And, you know, you'll have to work your link forward and aft to make sure it gets lined up into the other link piece. Come on, you can do it. There we go. It's a matter of being the fiddly little things. Get your link PTFE in there. Do the last piece. There we go. And now you've got your link, right? But you go, well, that link can work its way out. Well, that link is shorter than this overall piece. So what you're going to do is you're going to take the tip of something and you're going to push the end in. And let me 1 second here, because Ivan actually has it in his video and it will make a ton more sense. Right here. After the commercial.
Game, you're not ready for it.
Through that bend, it locks.
Yes, so I'm going to let Ivan explain the links real fast. Hopefully you guys can hear this video, I hope. If not, you'll...
all the pins that will lock each link on the thread. You have seen me before join links together, and I've either used end caps or screws, but I've came up with a new design that requires nothing else than the pin. Let me show you a 3D image of what I've done, because I cannot do a cross cut of the, can I? The pin is inserted through a bend at the beginning of the link, and once the pin has gone past through that bend, it locks in a small notch below it and will not come out unless you put something through a hole in the opposite side, which makes it really, really convenient. So let's see how that works.
Make sure I put it in the right orientation. Because when you put the link in upside down, it doesn't work right.
Woohoo! So nice.
So hopefully you all were able to see how that design goes. It's really easy, really simple, and it doesn't you don't have to go and get a ton of new hardware to hold the links in place. They're all just captive pieces of not PTFE, but captive pieces of filament. Yeah, you want to see me do it in fast mode. The thing is I'll figure out how to get everything lined up and get it going right about the time I'm out of links.
It's like it's done.
Yeah. And of course, Evil Diesel here is like, oh, here, I'll grab some and start helping. And he grabs from the same link pile, even though I have two different sets of tracks there. So, he's going to make us have to count out tracks at the end of this.
Making above 10 is difficult. Take your shoes off.
There's 44. I'll need both hands, feet.
On the floor.
That wasn't me. That was you.
What's that then?
Yeah, and then you threw the stream deck on the floor, so now it probably won't work anymore.
You know me. If I don't break something, it's not a project either.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
See, but if we all do the one length, we don't have to.
Okay, as long as we just keep working on the one link, and then we'll do the other link, actually. So, yeah, this is the tedious part, and there was a part of me that was like, I wonder if I should build these off stream while I'm sitting there watching YouTube videos or Twitch or TV or something. Or if I should wait and do this on stream. And, now that we're having to reprint a part, doing it on stream is perfectly fine. But yeah, it does go fairly fast. There's every once in a while I'll get a little fiddly trying to get the last part of the link in. But I think that just has to do with, you can see how bowed my my PETG filament is. Probably if I dried it, I could get a little bit straighter and it would be a little easier. But yeah, you do kind of get into a little bit of a rhythm here with these. And I'll go through and put them in, and then I'll go through with my tweezers and just make sure that the ends are seated. But yeah, that's a pretty interesting little design. It just makes it a lot easier to print these. So Subsector, what are you working on today? Are all your printers up and running with no issues? Or is that last? Trying to get in the last segment now.
It's a centimeter.
Yeah.
Yeah, no doubt. Definitely cheaper than like the Death Racers using the rod.
Yeah.
Say the rods went in a whole lot easier.
Did they though?
Good for me. Didn't I do this too?
Yeah. Well, that's why I was double checking.
No, yours was a clean. As soon as I touched it, I wanted to be different.
Of course, because it's mine.
It's like anytime you something ends up in my house, it ends up temporarily broken for some reason.
Which I gave Evil Diesel two perfectly working Prusa Mark III printers, and all of a sudden, like, oh well, the wire shorted out on the bed, and
You know,
no,
smoke.
and it literally did. It wore through the wire insulation and shorted. Luckily, the bed itself didn't go up. It was just the wire smoke, so he's able to just swap out the wires. Yeah, just redo the wires.
But it was good. I was sitting there when it smokes. If I hadn't,
Yeah, yeah.
and then the other one, the thermistor got in the cable broke.
The thermistor cable broke in the hot end thermistor.
No, the bed.
The
On
bed.
the other, but you already gave me another one, so that's
Yeah.
on. Now printer's working again. But no sooner did I start, I got the one working, re-terminated, went to the other, and it started throwing the same error.
Huh.
Go to heat everything up, messing with the cable, and the bed's like, nope, I'm not getting a signal.
Huh.
So I think you just told.
Why would I do that?
Give me practice fixing stuff.
You've got an ender and a focus. You've got practice fixing things.
Focus mostly functions now.
Okay. That's almost done.
Mm.
Yeah, I really like a lot of Ivan Miranda's stuff, and I'm seriously contemplating like wanting to put together one of his CNCs. Um, I have already got the files for his latest large printer, though I think I would have to figure out a new setup to be able to do like a meter by a meter by a meter and a half printer.
You mean like
The garage.
somehow made it from the wife?
Oh no, because as soon as I do a printer in the garage, Miss Dragon's going to make me take all of my printers to the garage and get them out of the house. So,
Live in the den.
yeah.
Yeah, those set in real easy.
Yep. I've got
Didn't
one.
take much of a little push to get them.
I've got one right here that's, well, yeah, and I think the issue is the link itself, not the. But the good news is it feels like it's well jammed in there, so we're good.
See, but this thing's gonna need a gun.
Well, yes, and I'll be surprised if you or the free heathen doesn't come up and say like, "Hey, here's a gun for the tank." Whenever you're ready to put it in and install it.
guns out of it.
Yeah. So all of the little strands of PETG that we're using right now are 54 millimeters in length. And I believe you need something between 52 and 58 millimeters for your links to be able to go through and still pop into the channel appropriately. Hey, Ipaku, how are you today? Welcome in, John Strand. Welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you guys are doing well. We are tediously assembling, I believe it's 88 links. I believe there's 44 track links on each track for this build. This is the Ivan Miranda mini tank Mark V that we're building. And in a minute, once we get the tracks built, I'll bring the main body of the mini tank back up here. You're back. Where'd you take off to, Major Gamer Geek? Did you have to go level something up? Once again, not sure who all is going to make it to Earth this year, but they did just announce on Twitter that the top fuel dragsters are a go for Earth. So we will be bringing, beyond just printers, a couple top fuel dragsters. The
Mechanums.
Yeah, the Mechanum versions of the Death Racers. Another Death Racer that's...
I'm working out with Cookie CAD, make it nice, colorful, and get some good attention for them.
Yep. Not sure if I'll bring the mini tank or not. It all depends on how much room we've got to cart stuff out. Yeah. Well, yeah, and the size of our table. I've got a table at Earth. I have no idea if they're the 4x8s, or the whatever, those 8-foot long tables that we had at Murph. If they're like that, then we're going to be a little hard pressed for space. So we'll have to figure out some unique ways of putting stuff out there and displaying it. Maybe have some things out on day 1 and other things out on day 2. I will probably have a printer at my table, or printers at the table, and then some others at somebody else's table. Oh, you got your Mark III fully disassembled. Is that because you're upgrading it to somewhat of a Mark IV, or are you just tearing it apart and doing all the maintenance, possibly a bear upgrade? What's going on with your Mark III? The nice thing with the drag racer is all the files print perfectly fine on an Ender 3 or larger style printer. So if you've got a Mark III, I printed all my parts on the Mark IV originally. And when I reprinted some parts after we took it out for its first run and, I don't know, put it into a fence and stuff like that, I reprinted the frame in carbon fiber PLA, and I printed that on the Voron 2.4, and that printed nicely. Yeah. So
I want to do clear cut G for mine, so you can see the frame.
Yeah.
Because it's nice and thin, I can get the temps up to give it a nice
Yep.
Translucent look.
Yep. Righteous Arsonist, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. So all we're doing is we're using about 55 millimeter lengths of PETG filament to use as the link pins here. And this is a design feature that Ivan Miranda did that allows us to use this filament as the link pin, and it goes in kind of at a bit of an angle. So once you get it in there, you just push the end in and it will pop up into the channel. And then in order to get it out, there's a hole at the top that you would push down to get it pulled out to get it started out. So it's a pretty good way of getting your links put together for the tracks and then keeping them there without having to do any type of screw or fastener to keep the links together and keep the pieces from coming out of each other.
There you go.
Okay. Did you get them pushed in?
Yeah, I got those pushed in.
All righty. And there we go. There's our 2 tracks. And of course, the number of links don't match, so I need 3 more. Which is fine because I had extras, so. I was smart enough to print extras because I figured, okay, even on his video, he wound up needing an extra link on each track. No Earth for you, Westery?
Be sad, but I'm almost due.
Yeah, we will.
Don't worry, we'll have enough fun.
Definitely.
Yeah, boarding. Yeah, we need to do that too. I gotta hit up my. In fact, I will text the wife right now.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure which hotels are popular there. Preferably the one that's not already booked and yeah, and isn't like too obscenely expensive. My wife just got back from another trip to the DC area, and oofda, hotels are expensive up in that area. I threw a couple more links on the front.
Outside Baltimore.
Yeah, it's at a like a community college, right?
Yeah.
So here's our tank body. Just about everything here is printed. We've got motors down here with 16 tooth GT2 pulleys, 8 millimeter shafts. So these would be the standard pulleys that you would use to synchronize a lead screw, right? These are gyrocopter motors. They're 2212. Yeah, 2212 920 kV or smaller. You don't want to go higher. This is going to book as it is. and then you go from the 20 tooth pulley to this printed pulley, which I believe it's something like 80 tooth, with a 280 millimeter by 6 millimeter belt, closed loop belt, and 24 608 bearings, and one length of 8 millimeter threaded rod. Let's see, you need 4 83 millimeter long M8 shaft rods. So take your M8 linear rail or linear rods and cut them down. 2 at 262 millimeters. 1 at 272, and that's the rearmost one. And then 2 at 133, and that's the one right here that becomes the drive gear pulleys. Okay. So let me see this one. So the second and third, the two from the, or I guess, yeah, these two here are full length rods. These two are the small shaft rods, so they're just coming out one side. And that's what makes the compartment here that you can put your battery, your ESC and such in. It depends on the printer and a couple of other things, but it did not take much. It didn't take that long to print. I think just a couple of days. And I was printing the parts out on my Ender 5 Plus size 0G Mercury build. So let me take a quick gander and see what if I can just look at like print times, estimated print times.
Well, the good news is Bel Air hotels aren't that much.
Okay. So like the big gears and the tooth pieces here were a little over 2 hours. 5 hours for, I'm sorry, the lengths were 2 hours a plate, and that was for 44 links. So one whole track was a 2 hour print. The drive pulleys and the tooth drive gear pulleys here were about 5 hours for both sets. I want to say the body and the tops, because I printed both tops at the same time. This is the original top for it, but it provides zero ventilation and it's a shallow top. I mean, it gives it a cool looking side profile, but there's no ventilation for your ESCs, and there's very little room, so everything gets packed in real tight. So it came up with a taller top. They did provide ventilation holes in the front and back for. So this top, sits down on there, and you'll be able to get some through ventilation as you're driving it around. And the body, let me see. Like I said, the body and the tops took the longest. So the main body, the main body base or whatever was about 10.5 hours. And the two tops together were about 13 hours. And I apologize, the links were a lot longer. The full plate of links were 17-hour prints. Sorry. It was a smaller set just to have some spares that was shorter. Hey, Aaron F. Garrett, how are you doing today? Yeah. Once again, this is the Ivan Miranda designed mini tank. We did snap the shaft on one of the pulleys, so we're reprinting this right now. It's got a little bit of time left on it. So we'll be able to, once we do that, we'll basically build from the outside in, this side over here, and into the main pulley. Basically, because what you have to do is get this pulley and shaft on, move it this pulley all the way up against this side, get the other large pulley in the middle of this rod in order to get it in there. Where if you build it from the outside in, you should be able to get it in there without any issues until you start mucking with tightening up the motor and getting the belt in place, which would be fun. But what we can do, so we've got this in place, we can see about taking one of our tracks and getting it put in place. Is it not? Yeah. We're just going to make sure that that loops around there. We'll bring the front end up and over. Well, no, but I am looking to see if, and we might be able to take a link out of here. So now we'll test the link removal mechanism. See about taking a link out. So I'm just going to push it in from one side, and then I need to take it and push down. Probably push down on this side as I push from the other side. And that will allow that link pin to come out. We drop the link. We'll go ahead and pick this up. And yeah, that should be able to do it. And there we go. We've got one track on there. It still feels like it's loose, but I don't think we're going to get another. I don't think we'll be able to get another track out of that too easily, and then it might just be too tight. But once again, remember, we do have the ability to pull these back, and that will tighten them up on there, and that'll help hold them in place. So we got to remember that this rear piece can be put back to tension the belt. And like I said, we won't be able to do this side until we build the sprocket, and we are getting there. This says 2 hours, really?
Well, it was calculating off the original.
Yeah, because it's still in a top layer. That's why it's going so slow. We'll speed it up a little bit. And I guess what I can do is I'll step to the side for a second. And while we're waiting so that we can get this finished put together, I'll let Evil Diesel jump in here and he can start working on the electronics.
The easy part.
Well, should be.
I mean, everything is literally plug and play for these devices.
Should be. And the nice thing about this is we should be able to set it there. Now our tracks are off the table.
He's using the Ready Toski 30 amp
Yeah, these are
controller. It's going to go from the basically your battery motor controller to these, and it'll split your signal out to the motor itself. Unfortunately, the motors didn't. We learned a lesson when you trip, when you slide your tread on in a death racer, you're going to burn out your ESC.
Yeah. If you're
really fast.
Yeah. They say he used a couple of car ESCs, so I'll have to order some ESCs because apparently I didn't.
But fortunately, once you have the ESC, it is
pretty much
as
plug and
simple as
play.
positive and negative into it.
Okay.
Most of them have screw terminals, unless you get the smaller ones. But yeah, it's just making it easy. Put them in, no big worry. If you want to put anything else,
Yeah, I don't. I was going to take a look at the dragster, but I only have the one on the dragster. I don't think I have a second. Double check here. I think I only got the one. Yeah, I just have the one. So I will have to order some more. And will this one work just as well or not? If not, you recommend it and I'll order them.
look at its amperage rating.
Yeah.
Because we're going to be running a 4-cell.
Okay.
Assuming 4-cell battery, or are you going to run 2?
Sure. He left it up to the end user what size battery and stuff you wanted to run. So
here's the 4-cell. I'm just trying to figure out how it might fit in. Okay. It looks like it'll sit in here at an angle.
okay.
Top. Yeah, I definitely see what he was saying. It's larger battery.
Yeah. Yep.
We can run these motors off of 2S if you wanted, but
I want to run it for a long time and just have fun. Tear around the yard in the neighborhood. Go terrorize the kids. Actually, I'll do that, and then we'll have to go out and build like 15 of them for the neighborhood. That's never a good phrase.
I was just checking the battery compatibility for the 30 amps. Doing the documentation, they're like, please use anything above a 40U. But it's translated from Chinese, so
Yes.
it says choosio the regulator over 40 amp as principal. That's the sentence.
Okay.
Basically, they're saying if it's under 30 amp, you're not going to get full control.
Gotcha. Now, it does say to use anything from 2 to 3 millimeters for the hinge for the top. So similar type setup, you'll have a hinge pin that'll go in here for the top, and then you'll run a screw in on each side just to hold it in place. What I've got is a little bit small amount of Talman alloy 910, which is basically it's a clear nylon, and this is what I use for the Mark IIIs. You put this in the umbilical, and it helps hold it, gives it a little bit of rigidity, and holds it up out of the print itself. So I just need to figure out about how much I need to snip off here. And I'll snip a tiny bit off.
Yeah, this one won't work.
Okay.
Did to 11 volts. You're going to be pushing 14.
Okay. Well, so apparently we won't be running it today, but we will definitely run it on stream because, well, that's the whole purpose of building it, is to get out and run it around. See how many times I can break this one before I have to print new parts. In which case I would probably start printing them in carbon fiber PET G, because I have some of that too. In fact, that's what my Death Racer main body was done out of, was carbon fiber PET G, and that held up quite well. Gotcha. And this is made to actually come in from one side over to the other.
These, you'll see these look like they can be direct wire to power.
Okay.
I need to make sure we don't need to put any circuit protection on them.
So just like that. And then one of your other bolts, which would go on or go through the printed bolt thing, which obviously isn't going to work for me because I'm pretty sure it's the heads of these bolts that is like shorter. Yeah. So one of your M5 nuts will get pressed into the front piece here, and you can just use your bolt to pull it all the way in. And then what you'll do is you'll unwind your bolt, close it up, tighten your bolt in, and it's just the bolt going through a hole in the door that holds it in place. So there you go. Now all we need to do is design a tank mount turret up at the top. I'm sure you do. And then once we get that other pulley in here, we'll be able to, right here where we've got our M8 threaded rod, you'll cinch that up and just squeeze things together just enough that it holds together and removes the slop. And that will be your tank. And then it's just a matter of getting all the RC parts that you need, which apparently I thought we would be able to use to reuse some. We may actually be good.
Yeah, these, I mean, misunderstood. These are actually single channel ESCs.
Okay.
So now I am just looking if there's any special requirements for wiring them to the same battery.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
in which case,
I don't want to plug it in, pull in, and some I'm not thinking about blows it up.
Okay.
We don't need purple smoke today.
Mystery 1, are you going to lurk? What is this? Lost power, saving foam battery. Oh, no. Oh, no. Well, wish you the best, Westery. So while we're waiting here, let me move a couple of things around. Basically, clean up the workspace just a tad bit. Got a receiver, the other ESC, battery, the other rod. I'm going to sit this down on the ground. What, my battery charger?
Yeah.
Over there in that box. Make sure I don't dox myself real fast. We're going to open up a box here while we're waiting. So this box came in not too long ago. Like earlier this week. From a company called Go Builda. Look like pork rinds. Oh, that's cool. So they give you this little ruler thing, which is pretty neat. Well, you might have just cleaned your box out too fast and thrown it away. Oh yeah, there's candy in here, so. All right. So we got some Tootsie Rolls and Fruit Chews. We'll save those for later. But this is stuff that we need for our Mechanim racers. And mind you, the Mechanims are the expensive option for a death racer. We've got, so because on the Mechanim, each wheel is independently driven, which is what allows you to do the strafing motion. So you need 4 different speed controllers. So we've got 4 15 amp single channel speed controllers right there. Then we've got the servo extensions and the actual mechanism mixer. Like they actually created the mixer, the channel mixer for this to be able to do this. So we've got some servo extensions because I figured that's easier than building my own. And then power, forward, reverse, rotate, strafe. And then you've got front left, back right, back left. So that's a pretty neat little piece of kit. Yeah, that's very well made. Nice metal backplate here that's probably used to also provide some cooling, some passive cooling. Here's another thing that's pretty neat. This uses XT30 connectors. Once again, the same metal backplate, but this is a power distribution block. So you bring your power in and then you can distribute it to 8 different things at once. So this will be, plugging in all of your electronic speed controls into your racer. And then this is another speed. Oh, there's 5 speed controllers. That's right. Because there's 5 total motors on a mechanism. 1 for each of the 4 wheels, and then 1 for the the spinning blade in the back. Basically, instead of a bludger, they use a belt-driven tri-blade system. So, yes. So the 5 motor controllers, the power distribution, the mechanism mixer, and some servo extension wires. So here's the majority of the electronics. You would still need your receiver. So your receiver and your radio. We plan on using the same radios, the same Skyflies that we used for the standard Death Racers. And we'll just throw in new receivers. And that way we can, you can store different models in your radio. So we'll be able to run both the regular Death Racers, the Mechanism, and I'll be able to run the tank off the same radio. So, yeah, I'm pretty excited about this. I mean, I understand a lot of the theory on the RC stuff. I just need to kind of get back into it. And I think we will be doing some more projects like this. I really like the Top Fuel Dragster and the Death Racer build itself. And I'm going to work with Evil Diesel here to kind of get my RC chops going again and understanding. Primarily, I understand this component goes to this component goes to this component, but it's understanding the care and maintenance for the batteries so that you don't blow things up. Understanding all the power ratings and stuff so you don't blow things up and burn things out. That's really what I need to try and get back in on. Because I did RC airplanes back in the day, but it was, it's been a minute. It's been a couple decades, so. Well, some has, but not a lot. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, that's true. Goodness gracious. Oh, here we go. Yeah, that's a pretty cool little ruler there that I'll be able to use for things. We'll add that one up here to the one we got from Mello. When I bought some boards from Mello. These are pretty good to have on hand, especially if you're doing some tinier measurement projects. So while we're kind of in a holding pattern here at the moment, do you guys would anybody be interested in seeing the belt printer kit? As in the Ender 3 belt printer conversion kit? I mean, we don't have to. I'm just thinking if if you guys are interested.
Your charger doesn't have
Doesn't have the right connector on it. Yeah.
yeah, it doesn't have an SP30.
Is that a 30 or 60? 60.
Yeah. It used to be a standard.
All right. So what I'm hearing is we need to make a run to Fuquay to the hobby place there, unless there's one here in Sanford. Okay. Yeah, dude, this bearing is just like, well, yeah. I mean, granted, it's the cheap bearings. Give me that next to no the other stack of bearings there. It's in the sleeve of bearings. Yeah. Well, yeah. I'm pointing at. I'm basically pointing to something that looks like this. Hey, hand me that one thing that I'm thinking of that I can't articulate because sometimes words are hard.
It was closed.
Yeah. And wow, I mean, so this end slides well, but when you go like this, it tells me that there's a burr still on this side that I'm still trying to fight with. But I may have, we'll say, hardened it when I was cutting it. Work hardened it. I still feel like I'm not getting through the burr. I mean, these are already hardened rods, and then when you cut them with a die grinder, you stand a better chance of hardening them further, which makes them hard to work on, but also makes them more brittle too. Yes, we've got a little bit more time on that on that piece. In fact, I should be able to. We go ahead and switch over. No, this scene. And we will add this to the view. So that's the new gear being printed there. So we'll keep an eye on that as we're going through. And all I'm trying to do is just get the burr off the end of this, which will make it easier to go into the bearing. It's just not liking it. What is... I mean, I'm not feeling a burr, but evidently there is a burr there still somewhere. But yeah, the Ender 3 belt conversion kit did come in. So that arrived yesterday. We've got the 2 Rook builds, and I may have another Rook build coming at the end of, or sometime in August, or beginning of September. And I may have another, I'm going to have another Voron build coming up. This is going to be an actual LDO Voron 2.4 kit. So, yeah, we are definitely going to keep moving through doing builds. Okay, so we're making progress. We're getting it through there. But close. Keep saying that. Eventually it'll be true. Okay, so since you all have been nice to bear with us here and you've been hanging out with us for all this time, I'm going to go ahead and toss this bearing away because it's garbage. Bring this up here. So this is the belt printer conversion parts. Now, once again, you do have to have a donor Ender 3 printer for this build. But we've got our nice belt that we'll do. We've got rollers, and they've now gone to metal capped rollers. So that is one of the upgrades. We've got some more extrusions. I'm not sure what these extrusions are going to be used for, but we'll find out. Some pretty hefty rods. I'm going to assume that these are for the rollers. These are probably like 12 millimeter rods, or if not bigger. Standard 8 millimeter rod. And a plethora of anodized aluminum part. Now, this kit is designed for V-wheels. Okay. So I may have to dig out my old V-wheel stuff to be used with it. But this would be one of the cross braces. So, the nice Ender 3 belt printer cross brace. But this is all very nice anodized aluminum. We've got plenty of fasteners in here that we'll have to dig through. I have not seen an instruction manual. So this piece here is kind of nice. Each one of these is labeled, by the way. So, but I want you to look at these and look at the heft of this aluminum. So this is CNC'd aluminum, and this is going to go at the front on each side, and this will be the tensioning mechanism for the belt. So this is how you'll be able to tension the belt. Quite possibly, this could be the same kit that Brecor had. I didn't notice what was on his table, but this is belt3dprinterkits.com, I believe is their name. And they're the ones that make the both the conveyor, which is the 90-degree ender belt, and this, which is a 45-degree ender belt conversion. They also have the Diamond Links, which is a 90 or 45 convertible belt printer version, and that was on display at Rocky Mountain, and I believe Scott Edge of 3D had one on display at his table at Murph. We've got M4 Nylox, nylon, zip ties, some bearings. These will be used for the bed. But I'm not seeing any indication of a manual or a link to a manual or anything like that. So I'll have to figure that out before we get the party started on this. And I've got time because we're going to do the Rook build first. And that's the Fabrico Rook. And then possibly the 2020 frame as well right afterwards. Or we may do the Fabrico Rook kit and then this, and then the 2020 Rook frame. But yeah, this pretty well packed. I do believe I've got all the parts here. I haven't gone through and inventoried anything yet, because once again, there's like no inventory in the box. This is everything that you see here is what was in the box. So my assumption is everything is here until I determine otherwise. And I just need to, English. I swear, sometimes English is so hard. I need to just validate that I've got everything here and find the directions so I can start building it. Because I am sort of excited about doing this build. I've been wanting to do a larger belt printer. I mean, I've got the baby belts to play with, but I do want a bigger belt printer that I can toy with, tinker with, and do some cool things with. Yeah, belt3dprinter.com. Yep. And they also have another kit that you can get. I want to say it's $190, and it gets you linear rails and the new parts that you'll need for the linear rails. I may order that as well, partly because no, I should be good still because my Ender 3 has the wheels on the Z gantry. I just don't have it on the X gantry. So I should be able to find the parts and the wheels somewhere over there in the closet pile. So, but yeah, that'll give us another really interesting toy to play around with, and be able to start doing some interesting prints. Like, I know I want to do a single piece body for the drag racer. With the way with me just printing the frames in PLACF, I don't think. I mean, one part frame would be great, but that frame is pretty darn rigid right now. So I'm not going to worry about trying to reprint that. But I do want to print like the full bodies because my intent would be to print a different body for each show I take it to, and then take stickers from all the different vendors at the show and put stickers all over the body. And then I can hang the bodies up on the wall and look at it every year. I think that'll be pretty neat. Yeah. And then I've got some things like Free Heathen keeps telling me I need to get Eel Diesel looks bored. Put him to work. Put him to work. He's that's his brain work face right now because he's trying to figure out what we need to order part wise to get this thing moving under its own power soon.
Different than how I would have.
Yeah.
It. So people order what he wants. What is design?
Yeah. Well, and this was a mini version of, so he built the small tank first and tried things out. And then from there, he went and built the big tank. Well, people kept asking him about the small tank. So he polished things up and he put the plans for the small tank out there on his website.
Yeah.
Like you can't buy the parts or the files for the big tank. Yeah. Okay, gonna go lurk for lunch, John Strand. Cool. So I put the tank down here on the floor. Once again, down here. Let me.
That print should be.
Where are we at?
Getting pretty close.
I don't know why that's not showing. Oh wait. There we go. So we did break apart. right? We broke this wheel. So we're reprinting it right now, and we've got a little whiles to go. So we've got one track on and one side pretty much fully done up. I'm going to attempt to build this side in reverse because we've already got the belt tension and everything. So we'll build this side in reverse. And once we've got that done, we're going to have to put it up on its side so that we can take this panel off, take these two rollers out. Whoops. I'll take this plate off. We'll take these two rollers out so that I can get, or no, these two rollers out so I can get to the 4 screws for the motor so that I can put some pre-tension on the motor so that we can then put the side back together, put the track on. We'll use these bolts back here on each side to add tension to the track, and that will tighten the track up, and we'll be ready to go except for needing the electronics, which it sounds like electronic-wise, we're going to need to order some electronics. So we may not be motivating this today, but Amazon will be my friend, and we will definitely get electronics on order for this soon.
Yeah, so the way you did the electronics is we're using 2 separate controllers, which is fine.
Yeah.
The issue is getting power to the receiver. So in our previous Death Racers, they were 3-pin, the voltage provided through the Citron.
Yes.
These, we only have signal and ground wired in, so they're not receiving power through the ESCs. We need to make a separate break off for the 4 to 8 volts
Okay.
that it's going to need. It's a cheap part. I just got to find what its official name is so I can tell you what to get.
Okay. Cool.
But yeah, it's just going to be a little 5-volt step down, which will give us power to the receiver, and then everything wires up straight as. We line both of these off of the battery rail.
Okay. So those are direct connect to the battery, and then we have a step down between the battery and the receiver.
Yes.
Okay.
And then, then we have our ground and our or not a voltage, but our signal.
Okay.
So there's no positive voltage path for those. So
cool. So the receiver is just going to tell it what to do, and it'll use the power from the battery to do what it does. Gotcha.
Yep. I mean, these things can run up to AA.
Yeah.
As well, if that's what it comes to, and I do have some of those 2 and 3 battery containers.
Yeah. So, like I said, the mini tank's looking good. Like I said, we're going to have to go with the thicker top rather than the thinner top, just so we can lay the battery down on one side and get room for the other electronics in the bay. And then, yeah. It also provides for ventilation front to back, so that way we shouldn't overheat and burn anything up.
This connects to here, telling your air channel.
Well, yeah, true. Hey, go with it. Just go with it, man. Go with it.
We'll have a new one.
Yeah, he'll design some changes. And then the other thing that we did was we just took a quick gander at this box. And this box is the belt conversion kit that came in. So we've got some extrusions here. I'm not sure what these are for unless they're just bracing across the belt channel. Or support for the bed or the belt or something. It may be support for the back side of the belt that's not under the bed. We've got some chunky boy rods. These got to be like 12 or 14 millimeter rods. I'd have to... Yeah. 13 millimeter rods. So, hey, Delio TV, thank you for the follow. So yeah, these will be for the rollers themselves. And the rollers now have, I'm trying not to unpack everything, but they have metal end caps where originally they were a plastic end cap. They were a printed end cap. We've got, of course, our belt. We'll have to lay that out and let it stretch out some. We've got a package of all kinds of goodies. So drive belts, various wires, bits and gubbins. Our plates are very nicely done and anodized. This one here is the one I think is really awesome. Look how chunky that is. So, I mean, that is crazy. This is, yeah, this is like 13, it was probably 14 mil plate that was face down to be perfectly flat. Because it comes out to about 13 mil. But I mean, the machining on this is gorgeous. And the anodizing as well. This is one of the front tensioning brackets for the belt. So it'll attach to the base plate. This will attach to one of the angled uprights. And this is where one of the pillow blocks with the rods will sit. And you'll have a tensioning mechanism that will pull it tighter to tighten your belts. So these are some chunky boys. And just very, very well machined. So all of the brackets here appear to be very well made and some good attention to detail on them. What I am going to need to do is find the instruction manual because I don't see any type of instruction manual in here. I'm assuming there will be one online. So I'll find that and start reading through it and kind of getting my head wrapped around. And one thing that I'll have to do is there is a, so with this particular kit that I just bought, it uses the V-slot wheel for all of the, the standard motion, but they do have an upgrade kit that you can buy that will get you linear rails. And since I've got linear rails on my Ender already that I'm going to use, I'm seriously thinking about just buying that and going to linear rails to make it easier. I'll have to look into that and see if there's a stateside option. Otherwise, that'll play into our our scheduling of projects on the channel because it'll take a while to get here from China. So it's interesting. The developer of the kit, which is Additiva, is out of South America. I can't remember. I wanted to say Peru, but that for whatever reason that's not sounding right. But he's out of South America, and all the kits are being manufactured in China and being shipped out of China. Fabrico does have some. However, I don't know if they've got the upgrade kits for the linear rails. So I'll have to check and see. If they have them, I'll try and get one from Fabrico. If they don't, then I'll go and order it from the vendor direct. So yeah, that's what we're just waiting on that part to finish. It looks like we're getting close. We're at 98%. So once that part's finished, I'll run downstairs and pop it off the printer. and pick up a package that just arrived. It's I think it's for Mrs. Dragon.
Oh, she's got to get some occasionally.
Yes, she does. So, but yeah, Evil Diesel's been over here at the Dragon Den. We've been doing some. I've been working on trying to straighten up some over here in the corner. It's still a bloody mess over there, but I was able to get some more floor space by getting some shelf space cleared out and then getting some of the filament up there. So, and I say some of it because I still got, you know, a 3 kilogram spool there, a few open rolls here or there, and then the whole closet full of stuff. And not all of my Polymaker order that I made for their restock days has showed up yet. So I still have more filament inbound. In fact, the stuff that did show up, which included the 10-pack of the the draft PLA. When that stuff came in, I didn't even know it was showing up that day. It just, I went out to get one box and there was 3. And I was like, what happened here? You're going to get me in trouble. I wasn't able to front load Mrs. Dragon to expect boxes. So, yeah. Luckily, she didn't yell at me too bad. She's like, oh, a big box. It's not another printer, is it? I'm like, no. It was printer food.
Hey, you can never have too much printer food.
Yep. But like I said, in the hopper, we've got the Fabrico Rook, the Fabrico Rook 2020 frame that they sent with the Rook kit. My goal is to print the Rook kit, and then I've got all the other parts here to do a self-sourced Rook 2020. So I'll have a self-sourced Rook Mark 1 Gold Dragon, which I did on the channel February, March timeframe. And then I'll have the Fabrico Rook kit. I'll have the 2020 mod, that would be a self-sourced 2020 mod. And then I will also have another Rook kit coming from somebody that I can't say who yet. But there will be another Rook coming from a vendor that's going to be having kits available. And I will have a Boron 2.4 inbound as well. That will be an LDO kit. So I will build that to the LDO specs. Though I am seriously thinking about getting another Chaotic Labs tap and doing tap on it by default. But it will be the, I found a couple more. All right. These were spares. I'm just putting them together to have something to do with my hands. Otherwise, I just sit here and talk animatedly. So yeah, so there's 3 Rooks, the belt printer conversion, Voron 2.4 build coming. And we did the tank today. We've got the dragster rebuild to do. And Evil Diesel needs to build his dragster. He's got the mechanisms that we're building. So I need to, at some point, figure out color schemes and start getting that going. Darn it.
Yeah, it takes about a week.
Okay.
Even with all 3 printers going. Just
Gotcha.
to fill and some of the other parts. But
yeah.
And I don't run my machines nearly as fast as you do.
Oh, no. I don't run them all that fast either. My preference is for good quality versus all-out speed.
And
so
that's where I've settled. I'd rather have the quality over the speed.
Yeah.
Unless it's a quick prototype that I just need to get spat out.
Yeah. No, I'll run down and grab it because I need to grab the thing out of the front door. So I'll be right back, folks. Looks good. Looks real good. So this is, as all the other prints, this was done on the Ender 5 that was the Ender 5 Plus, which was converted to a 0G. So came off very nice. I am going to ream that hole just so we don't split it or break it again. I'm going to chuck this up. So once again, using a set of reamers is definitely worth having if you're doing these functional prints, as well as for 3D printers. I mean, if you're doing something like a Voron, where you're having to print all your parts, sorry, you know, being able to remount your M3 or M5 holes to make sure that your screws go through the printed part that needs to go through and can be fastened, it's so much easier, because if you're actually threading through a printed part, it's not going to work out as well or as easy. So we'll throw this back up here, and just to make it a little bit easier, I'm going to go ahead, whoops. I'm going to go ahead and pull the short nylon pin there so I can take the top completely off. And we're going to build from the outside in with our rod. So we're coming from the outside in, so we're going to need the thin spacer on the outside. Seriously? Get rid of the other junk bearing. And by junk bearing, I'm talking about just a bearing that the inner diameter was not up to spec. Yeah. So we're going to have one thin spacer. Bring you guys back down here so you can see a little bit easier. Okay. So we're going to go thin spacer. we're going to have our two traction gear pieces. We're going to have one side, then the other. Come on. Thought I read these out too. All right. Hmm. Okay. So
Metallic blue, PLA Pro.
this is, yeah, it's the same one that's it's down there on the Trident is the one I used, I believe. Yes, I believe this is the metallic blue. Dark blue. Okay.
PLA.
Yeah, standard
PLA.
standard Polylite PLA, dark blue. Well, give me a second. I'll go ahead and try and read this out one more time just to make sure it's. I mean, these are the traction drives. You want them to be tight, but I don't want them to be so tight that it feels like I'm going to crack it trying to get them turned on there. Yeah, I like my blues, and these come out pretty good. Okay, now they're reamed. Okay. Um, long sides on the outside edge. Short side would be on the inside. Weave. And they kind of link into each other. They have a tongue and groove type connection there that they mesh in with each other, and that forms the drive. Um, we'll have a thicker spacer that goes on the inside piece here. And because of the way I'm building this, let me get this out of the way. Just making sure that that's going to go in. So we're going to work it in from top to bottom here. You may need to make sure that it's pushed all the way down. Nope, a little bit more. I think that's going to be close. So we're trying to get this rod all the way through to the back side of this shaft, which is what I'm looking at when I'm slicking it over here, is just to see if that rod's all the way to the end. Close, but still not there yet. But we'll work on getting that the rest of the way. I need my thin spacer on this side, and then this piece is going to fit back on there. Whoops. Before we do that, you guys are going to let me do it. I need to get the belt on there, which means I need to try and finish getting this the rest of the way. I think we're close, but not there completely. You know, we're getting close. Oh, now I'm too far. There we go. On you. There we go. Spacing right there. Okay. Now we need to get the belt on here and tension it up a little bit. And in order to do that, we're going to have to take a couple of these rollers out of the way so we can get to the screws on the motor itself. So we need to work the belt around the motor and then around the big pulley here. It gets harder and harder as we get more stuff in here. Yeah, I'm a big blue fan, so the dark blue really works for me. And I think that's going to be good there for now. Put this up on its side. I need to pull this roller off. And this roller, so that I can get to these 4 screws here to loosen up the motor, so I can then pre-tension the motor. I'm trying to do this without losing or dumping more and more parts along the way. So once again, I'm going to try and make sure my belt's lined up, and then I'm going to push down on that motor. But I also want to hold this with my finger to try and hold it in the right place, because if I get too much tension on it, I won't be, it'll skew it, and I won't be able to actually get it to line back up on the plate. So there's kind of like a balancing act here of too much tension and not enough. And of course, after we run this for a little while, the the belt will probably stretch a bit, so we'll have to take it apart and retension the belt. But we shouldn't have too many problems with that. We're just letting that belt kind of self-align. Then we'll flip it back up on its side to make it easier. We'll put our pulleys back in place, making sure our spacers are there. Now make sure your spacers are there. This is an Ivan Miranda build. Spacers are required. Okay. How does that feel like it's not down in there? There we go. All right, now I can put the side plate back on. And the big thing to line up here is the pulley back here and then your threaded rod. Once you get those lined up, then lining up each of the rollers should be relatively easy. Finding which one is binding first, moving that one slightly and getting the next one done. Now I'm just going to pick it up and look at everything, and that belt just came completely off, which is awesome. So let's see if we can't get that hooked back around the motor. Around the motor and around the big pulley. Okay, so we're good there. We've got our sides in. We need to take our other M8 nut. These are lock nuts and put it on the rod. This is the threaded M8 rods. And then we will tighten these up, and that's what will hold the plate all together. Like, are they all in the right? Are they in the right direction? So we're just going to put one on one side and start tightening with the other. gracious. Oh, because it's pulling it through. And the trick, of course, is getting the threaded rod spaced equidistant on both sides. And not doing the thing that I just did. Right. So for those of you paying attention at home, yes, I just did thread one side all the way on and the other side pretty much all the way off, because that was a bright thing to do. At least what I need to do is see if I can get it enough that I can start pulling the threaded rod back to the other side. Okay. See what I mean? I've got thread sticking out on this side, no thread sticking out on this side. Let's take our tracks, lay it down there, put our center it on there, and if it goes like the other side, we will take a link out. We'll take another link out here because I think we just have too many links. It's simple enough to push a link out, just like that. We'll link these two together. Like that. Hook that in. And then, like I said, we'll be able to tighten these up just by moving the bolts in the back, and we'll tighten our two tracks up. Yeah. Thanks, Eagle. Thanks, man. Thanks for the vote of confidence, man. Okay, so what we'll need is we'll need to tighten these up a little bit, and then we'll need our electronics.
Which I will get on, but I got to go get the wiper eye.
But we've got movement. I mean, everything's working. Yeah, the mechanics are working. Like I said, I'll go ahead and tighten these up. I'll go grab a crescent wrench and tighten those up, and we'll have a functioning tank chassis that we just need to get the right electronics for. He'll send me a list so I can order it, and this will be our Ivan Miranda mini tank. And we'll try and get that stuff ordered. Hopefully we'll have it here on Thursday. If not, we'll start the Rook build Tuesday, and we'll come back to this. You know, we'll do a brief interlude to come back in and do all the wiring on this once we get the other components that we need. But we do have a rolling, moving tank chassis. So, yeah, we've made progress. Progress was made today. So,
I actually have to run. It's been a lot of fun, but
yeah, you want to de-mic? Yeah.
wife needs her escort.
Yep.
I muted it.
Turn it off.
But hey,
there we go.
thanks.
Yeah, thanks for being out here, Evil Diesel, and we'll get you out here on the channel again. We'll get you started streaming soon.
Yeah, I'm taking one of the scenes with me.
Okay.
So you're not looking for it.
Okay.
And then I will work on that step down. I might actually have one in my one of my boxes. So.
Okay. Sounds good. Yep. Might actually be a relatively short stream today. Okay. I'll take care of that stuff. Cool. And I've got the remote over here as well. So
Yeah.
cool. All right, folks. So with that, everybody, thank you so much for hanging out with me today. Like I said, I wanted this to be a little bit of a shorter, kind of more relaxed stream than what we've done the last few streams. We've had some kind of marathon streams to get to the end. This is an awesome little build. I think it looks pretty badass, actually. It's got a little bit of weight and heft to it. Like I said, we'll get the rest of the electronics done, so it'll be able to move under its own power, and we will probably try and figure out some way of mounting like a little, extra channel remote controlled turret or something on it, just because why not, right? So with that said, I do want to see what kind of or what we can, who we can raid out to. So let's find a raid target. See, Free Heathen is on. Whom else is on? Let's take a quick look here. Not a lot. We've got Free Heathen, Maker Deck, Luna Lyric, Chris Perillo, Foxen, Ratsky. Hey, Major Gamer Geek. Yep, like I said, we're real close. I do need to tighten these M5 bolts. These M5 bolts will actually push on the back on this little piece here, which will move these rods back and tighten up the tracks. So I need to do that on both sides, and then it's just getting the right electronics on order, And once those are in, we'll come back to this project and we'll finish it off and get it working. I might actually go through and do the Ivan Miranda thing of painting the letters here with black Sharpie. So I may go ahead and do that. But yeah, we're mechanically built. Now we need the electronics to catch up. So, and this is, I'll say, build one. I'm sure I'll build a couple of more of these. Me and Free Heathen, we're talking about the potential for some type of like ant weight BattleBot chassis that can be used to, to build out the weapons as the base platform then that you can use to build out your weapons, whether it's a flipper, a slicer, or what have you. So yeah, we will definitely be doing some more little builds like this. I thought about doing one of Ivan Miranda's CNC builds, and if that does actually come to pass, yeah, then we'll have to work on getting that going. But yeah, thanks everybody for being here today. I'll switch back over to the main channel here, or the main screen. Thank you everybody for being here. He's already left, but please give a shout out to Evil Diesel. It's Evil Diesel 3D. He's not streaming Twitch yet, but he's going to. So just getting him out here and getting him in front of the camera and getting used to having camera and some interactive audience, I think is a good way to get him started off. But he will start doing some streams here this year. We've got a lot of big plans for East Coast Rep Fest and things that we want to bring to that show. And like I said, things like the little mini tank and stuff like that. We'll see how much we can bring to the show based on just how much space we have to pack stuff in the truck, and just that and the actual display space we have at the show itself. So with that, we're going to go ahead and raid out. I did see, once again, Free Heathens out there. So let's go ahead and give Free Heathen a raid. We'll go and give him, harass him a little bit. I think he may have stepped out to stretch. Yeah, it looks like he stepped out to stretch. So as soon as I see him out of the corner of my eye pop back up on screen, I'm going to go ahead and set the raid to go, and we'll go and raid into Free Heathen and check out what he's working on. He is a big-time designer here on YouTube. He is a millwright in his profession, and he just popped back on. So let's jump over and raid into Free Heathen. Please come with me as we go over there, and just share the love with Free Heathen that you've shared with me today on this fine Saturday morning. Let's go over and give him some good nature ribbon, and welcome, not welcome, but have a great rest of your weekend and Saturday. Thanks all. Have a good one.